All right, hello, hello, hello. How's everybody doing? How's it going there, Echo? How's it going, Amanda? Good to see you, Amanda. Haven't seen you in a while. All right, so we're gonna be working on the wrecker for Alistair's challenge here. He changed the weight again on the bus. I think that was a good idea. Down to 5,000. I think 18 was nuts. Just run into some game problems. So I think that was a good idea. It makes it a little bit more reasonable now. So that it makes it also a little bit more where the game would be. I think certainly good to have it as a challenge, but this would be a little bit more where the game is at. All right, let's quickly kind of run the test here. So I've been able to tip this over, no problem. I would like to over-engineer this so that it will lift it. So I'm mostly working on engineering designs to get this to work. Bring that in. So, there are going to be some game limitations here, where it's just the game's going to act up. So you kind of, again, we're not in our world, we're in the game world. You kind of have to build to that standard. So, as you can see, it's going to pull down even with 4 pivots going there. But we can easily tip the bus over currently. The problem is, as you can see, it's holding it all right now. It's not holding it great. You can see a little bit of sag on the crane. It's not terrible, but I'm not able to lift it. But that's just a game thing, so it's not too bad. Probably put some level of pistons back on there. Alright, so that's kind of where I'm at right now. But I think it was good to get it down to 5. That's more reasonable. Very nice, Amanda. Amanda, appreciate being a member for 10 months. Very close to a year. Thank you very much, Amanda. Appreciate that. All right, let's go ahead and I want to keep working on this crane. I'm doing a bunch of different testing, trying to get. I would really like to be able to lift this. My crane, I believe, can lift this bus. Let's go ahead and do that really quick. Let's open up the crane. If I could spell crane right, we'd be in great shape. Here's the crane. Here's Alistair's bus. We'll do it, we'll try to do it apples to apples where I do it like a 90-degree pull on this. Make sure I don't hit it with the supports. This crane is also much longer on this crane, so it is more challenging than the truck. The truck has a shorter reach. Let's go ahead. I'm just going to kill infinite electricity. I don't need it on this build. Okay, I think are we up and running? Let me look. Yep, we are up and running. It's just quiet. All right. So I'm going to see if I can lift it completely. Without any sag, because this one has 2 pivots. That's it. 2 large robotic pivots. That is it. And last time I tested, I believe this lifted it fine. We're gonna do we'll do a full lift here. Let's not attach it there. So going south of the center of gravity or at the center of gravity is going to be the best way to flip it. So that's why I'm going where I'm going. So let's watch the arm on this one here. As you can see, the arm has almost no flex at all on my crane. For some reason, the wrecker really does not want to lift this. So I'm trying to figure out what is causing that. It could be to do with the supports and causing jittering. I'm not sure because this has 2 pivots. That's it. This works really, really well. As you can see, we are pretty much off the ground. Let's try to get it completely off the ground here. Like you can see, this crane has no problem lifting that completely. I would like to replicate that in the truck, so... You know, I've done a bunch of stuff to the arm on the truck that should theoretically be making it even easier. So like you can see here with... Oh, Jesus. Try not to go out in the space. Like you can see with the crane has no problems. You know, but the truck is still struggling, so I'm trying to figure out what is up with that. Could be something to do with the mass, the overall mass. I think the crane is not that heavy. I think I really massed the truck up so that it doesn't want to tip over. It has a nice low center of gravity, because this is at 75.6. The truck is more than that. The truck is somewhere in the neighborhood of 8.6, so they're pretty comparable. So I'm trying to figure out what is going on there. I would stick with Alistair. I would wait for Alistair to give you the judgment. I personally, with a challenge, I never listen to the other people unless they can quote where it is. Like, if they say, Captain said this, and they show where I said it, that's great, because that shows people, you know, right there pretty easily that, yep, that's what I said, you know. And the same thing with that is I would, if you can post, like, where Alistair says X, Y, or Z, it's better, because people will, like, if I say it, then people can be like, oh, Captain said this, and it's like, well, it doesn't matter. I'm not the final authority on that, so I would personally wait for Alistair. Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out why this is being bonkers wonky. I'm going to do a test here. Let's try something here. Let's grab the latest version. I want to get this off the ground. Because, again, I'd rather over-engineer it than under-engineer it. So if I over-engineer this and it works, you know, if it can lift the bus up off the ground, we know that it's going to have no problem tipping. It's not going to have weird behaviors. It's going to have really nice, predictable behaviors. That's what I want. So, do a little bit of ripping and tearing for a second here. I keep forgetting to turn on symmetry here. Eventually I'll find it. There it is. All right. Let's get some of this shit off of this side I don't need. Okay. So for me, it's very important to over-engineer it and get it really performing the best it can be. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run a quick test. I'm going to actually literally just throw the crane on there from the... The other thing, too, is, like... See, that's the problem with having the crane... Well, it's the benefit of having the crane, frankly, is by having that crane and using the same arm, essentially, I know that I have an example that will work and do what I want. And the problem is when I pull a one-to-one and it doesn't work, I have to then try to figure out why it's not, which is actually good as a learning experience, figure out what is causing it to be weaker, even though it's the same freaking thing. All right. Because it would be a secondary cause of that, so. All right, so let's go ahead and save this. We'll put the date. What are we talking today? What is today? 28. 28. Sí, gracias. 24. Sí, gracias. All right, good. Go to the crane. So I'm curious if the supports are causing some issues, if having more support is going to be better. Because like what sometimes what you hear is you'll hear the magulls coming on and off and on and off and on and off and on and off. And so I wonder if that causes instability. They can have some secondary like instability almost. So could be something like that causing a problem that I then have to you know, figure out. So actually, let's not copy it. Let's cut it. Just get all the logic with it. And I will then, we'll just paste this right on the truck, and we'll see if this has the same results or different results. And then we got to figure out if it has different results, what is causing the different results. That could be part of it there. So let's see. Because it very well could be this, the stabilizers, the way the stabilizers are working is not working well, and then if that's the answer, then I know I need to fix the stabilizers. So, kind of process of elimination on that score there. Alright, let's see all the tails for everything. That is crane seat controller. What is crane seat controller doing? Supports, lighting, T-Test2 tractor. Okay, so I pretty much, let's see if I can just run this. Alright, let's grab all this. Let's stick this on the truck, and if this doth not work, we know there's something else causing issues with the truck, because this is the crane essentially cut right off and then pasted on, and we can figure out if it still doesn't work. My guess would be supports. There's something wrong with the supports that's causing the problem. Make sure this is centered. That's kind of important. Looks centered. Yeah, it looks centered. All right. Yeah, like the crane has a longer reach too, and it works like it would in real life. As you decrease the length of the reach, you're going to get more power. Again, it's kind of the soda bottle example. If you held a soda bottle close to your chest, it would feel light. If you hold it far away from your chest, it's going to feel really heavy. Where did that go? Right there. All right. So it's that does work in game. You get a shorter lever arm. That's what I did with this in the back, is I shortened the lever arm to decrease the torque caused by the rotation of it. So that was something I had to do to fix it. You know, one thing too is I'm probably going to go back and I might rework that, because the bus is lighter now. I like to tow it like you tow it IRL. So let's go ahead and we'll spawn this. All right, so this has the exact crane arm on there. Let's go ahead, and we need infinite electricity now. If I actually turn it on, that'd be great. Oh, come on. Click. There we go. Too fast for my own good. All right, let's go ahead, and that's half destroyed. All right. So let's do, I want to see if this will lift it. If this has problems lifting it, we know we took the exact same thing that was already on there. It should lift it, so. Sometimes these linear tracks will get stuck. You just gotta keep moving them, and move the arm. Generally it's some sort of misalignment, I find. So it's just just a game thing. I've done that many times. You just have to like move back and forth, move the arm around, and generally you'll get to where it will eventually fix itself. All right, there we go. Function 1. Go. All right. Yeah, see, no problem. So there's something innately wrong with... Nope, there it goes. That's just supports. But, okay, so the arm is better now. All right, arm's definitely better now. All right, good. So that's some progress. Let's work on supports. Because I had a kind of a sneaking suspicion we had support problems. So let's see. Let's work on the supports. All right, let's catch up with chat as well. Yeah, it could be that. Sometimes people don't see it, they don't get the ping, they're busy. A lot of people with summer too, they'll be doing family stuff too, so. I see how much I've bastardized this panel. Let's go. Alright, so let's work on supports. I kind of want my fire truck supports. Let's save this real quick. I'll show you what I have for my fire truck. That's kind of, I think, my most interesting and most elegant. Let's grab that. Okay. So this was, I won this one for the JSI challenge, which was a fun challenge. Let's see. Rear support's out. So those are the rear supports. Here we go. Out. Here are the front supports. Alright, so those are the supports I have on this. I really like these supports. And then this is quite, it's not lifting anything, this ladder, but it's pretty heavy. Jesus Christ, could you, playing too much Arc, I'm pressing the wrong buttons. That's that, let's see, what's the release? Release, ladder locks, okay, there we go. So what is extend or retract? I have different control schemes on some of the stuff. So. The control schemes screw me all up because it's completely different. But like this is what the support system here is. They're just friction pads. Sometimes the maghols can be a huge pain in the ass, so I think I'm gonna run friction pads on this. We'll recreate something like that, I think, because this one required a lot of stability because it's a separate subgrid, so that one required a lot of work. So I think we're leaning towards that. I think will be more interesting. Hello there, Variante. Hello there, Tripper. How are you guys? Good to see you guys. All right, let's go ahead and so supports are going to be interesting because I can't cannibalize this area in the ass too much. I think I might extend the truck out again, and I'll rework this area here. Let's do that, I think. Pull the ass off this truck, giggity giggity. So one of the things too is I want to have this truck be useful. I've been wanting to build a rotor for a long time. Rotor is the rotating area on the back here. Shit. So I've wanted to build a rotor fire truck, rotor wrecker for a while, and so I wanted to do a bunch of things I want it to do as well. Like for example, I want to be able to move semi-trailers. That's how they actually move semi-trailers. Let's see if I can find a semi-trailer on the wrecker. I gotta move the panel now. I missed it. All right, there we go. Let's see if I can find you guys a picture. It's kind of cool how they do it. They used to bring these into work all the time. You know, like if we had a trailer that needed to be towed in. Let's see. It's kind of neat how they bring them in. See if I can get this, find what I'm looking for here. Let's see, semi-trailer. So I'm looking for just the trailer. This, you can see it here. That's how they lift it. I'm trying to find here. This one is using the cables which is weird to me. Generally, they don't do that. Generally, they'll use the boom there. That's kind of interesting. On this one, the boom is on the actual main arm. That's kind of an interesting setup. This one is not a rotor, though, so... I'm going to find... This is an interesting just in the... This is interesting just for the mechanics of it. The back of a semi, of a tractor, is very light. The front is very heavy, so it is a pretty small tow truck. It doesn't need to be that big because it's just it's only lifting the rear. If it tried lifting the front, it would probably have struggle, and it would be greatly unstable. I'm trying to find a picture of this. I've seen watched them do this a million times IRL, and I'm struggling to find a picture of it. I'm trying to see if I can find. Because I wanted to find the mechanism too. If this is going to be this much of a pain in the ass, just to find a picture of it. So like here on the underlift, usually right around here, there's a it's a part that can hook onto the kingpin, and so they just pull the trailer via the underlift. Trying to see if I can find the friggin' thing though. I don't see any pictures of it. You know, there's a bunch of them here pulling a tractor, but they can just pull the trailer as well, and that's something I would like to be able to do. So, like, you can see right here, this has a ball on it. That's for a smaller tow truck, but they would have something similar for a semi. It's actually just, they just put a pin in, and they lock the pin in there. That's how they used to bring in a lot of our trailers that had, because we'd have to cage the brakes every once in a while if they had a brake problem. So, essentially, they tow it in with no brakes. Maybe a pain in that, but like this is what the cool things a rotor can do. Like a rotor could literally lift that whole trailer up. Like they're strong as hell. This one has really low supports on it. I might do a drop-down rear support on it. We'll see, and then a front wide support. We'll see how I want to do this. I kind of like the supports on this one. But, like, they literally pick these trailers up like they're nothing sometimes, even loaded. I still have yet to see one that has a just the trailer on it. They do it all the time, and I can't find a picture of it. Here's one. Bingo. Took forever. Yeah, you can see they put the underlift right in here and they tow the trailer. And so I'll have Titus Mark II. You can see the light cord is going there. I don't know. They must be running cage brakes, but I'm going to run it so you can run the brakes off of those. But that's what they do is they bring the wrecker in and they haul it like that. So it took friggin' forever to find a picture of one doing it. Now watch, there'll be like 200 pictures of it. Nope, still won't be. But yeah, that's how they'll tow trailers sometimes. Just the trailers. Alright, enough of that. Let's see, wrecker. I'll look up wrecker supports. So let's look at some wrecker supports. It's always good to look at real stuff to kind of get a notion of what you're looking for. So one thing I might do, that's a really great picture. On the rear here, as you can see, there's a fold out. I might do something like that for the rear to keep it compact. On the sides, I might do what I did with a fire truck. Like here's a good example of one. You can see it has a rear fold down, and then it has these on the side. That's kind of interesting. I like that. Let's open that in a new tab, and we'll save that for some ideas. Here's one here. As you can see, it has that same thing going on. Save that one. This one has, 45s on there. Mostly need it to just protect from rolling. Like, so this I would not want to do. I would not want to lift it in game. This would be more stable IRL, but in game, you tend to, nope, it's actually being lifted by a different wrecker. Never mind. Sometimes supports will lift them up off the ground. You see that a lot with fire trucks. Generally, I don't want to do that in game because the gripped up tires help so much to be able to keep it stable. The terrible picture. You see this one, these extend out and they drop down. That is a good system because the grippers are very strong if they're sideways. So for in-game, that would be very stable. So we really don't need like all sides. Like this kind of shows that point. We don't need all sides to we don't need the back and the front to have really wide supports. We just need one set of them. That just gives us roll stability, and then this will give us pitch stability on there. This is not a rotor on this one. But that's interesting. All right, let's keep looking at a couple more supports. I think I kind of have what I want to build in mind for supports. All right, good. Let's go ahead and we'll start working on the supports. Oh, heavy rescue. Okay, thanks. All right, so yeah, I think we're gonna work with. I gotta come up with some system on that. What I could do is, let's do this. I could put the supports right. I don't want to do that. Let's do this. Let me see. Let's work on the front supports first. So they're gonna go in here. I have to hacksaw some of my weight. I'll reballast this. The ballast is kind of a mess. I kind of just had to lay it in here to get testing. I'll reballast the sucker later. So something's up with this arm is working much, much better. It could be the added weight on there. We'll see. Drive shaft, I can't infringe upon the drive shaft, so we got to keep that in mind. Okay. So go right to where the drive shaft is, right there. All right, nice, nice, nice. All right, good. Let me see. What's the bottom of this look like? Is it gonna have that hole that annoys me? Yeah, kind of. I think we'll be all right though. If I can get to a point where I can see what I need to see, we'll be in great shape. There we go. Backwards. I knew I was gonna do it too. I knew I was gonna put it backwards. Let's see. Can't see what I'm doing here. Alright. Up, one down. That's what I wanted. Okay, let's see. Eventually I'll figure out what I'm doing here. Maybe. Let's see. Gripper, do I have 2 bang on that? I do. Okay. Put it on the top row if I need to. Okay. It's not going to be much extension. That's kind of what I'm worried about here. Let's just do reg lin. That'd be a lot smaller, more compact. Okay, let's do regular linear tracks on this. That's just gonna be so much more compact. And then I can do longer extension with that too. So let's do. They don't need to be very strong to go out. They do need to be strong to lift. Get rid of symmetry. Doing well there, Troutman. How are you? It's going all right so far. Could do vertical on this. This will give me extension. Give me a wider extension to do it this way on this one. And then we want to do that. I think I need to think where the locks are going on this too. That's important. So. Could be able to get them in the same plane. Okay, good. It's gonna have to come in a little bit. All right, both of these are gonna have to come in. Right, 2, I'd say at least. Okay. That's probably ample extension, I would say. And I think what I'll do is I'll go back to the fire truck and I'll add the same mechanism. Worked well. So let's do this. Fire truck's the trailer's very big, so it has space for, like, you can see how that's a big area. I don't want to have to take up so much area for I know it works pretty well, but see, like, it takes up a huge amount of area. Could try it. Grab it and see. See, it takes up a massive area. It really is big. Let's see. Save me from having to rebuild it. Yeah, you can see how much space this takes up, but it works well, so. And then I want the brains of it here. Trying to see what's going to that. Let's see. It's equipment lockers. Where are you going? Supports right there. Instead of having to rebuild it. Trying to get this done quickly, that way I won't want to move on to something else in the middle of it, because that kind of sucks when you're ready to move on from a build and you still have to do it. Yeah, you can see it's quite large. But it works well, so. Problem is drive shaft is going to be a problem with this one. If the drive shaft comes in right there. This is going to interfere with the drive shaft, everything in the bottom level, so it would have to knock up one. Yeah, this is gonna be problematic. I'm gonna make a custom system. It's gonna be problematic with the drive shaft, so let's not do that. All right. It's actually, let's not be hasty. I gotta do something. I just want this end piece. That's initially what I wanted, was the end piece. And this door if I can get it. So I think it's asymmetrical. So let's do this. Okay, I want that door. And I want this end piece here. So it's going to bring out the... Okay. See what I can do for this. It's quite cumbersome. Have to be a third. Takes up a lot of space here. Just barely it's going to hit that. Leave that as an example. Takes up a ton of space. It really does. So it's that 3 bangers in, 1, 2. Yeah, we start to lose some of the extension on this. I need 3 spots in there to do it. So let's try to get these in. These work really well. That's why I kind of want to just copy them out. Okay. delete no ton space. All right. Why did that not cut that out? Did I not get it? I moved it. I didn't get it when I moved it. Okay, good. These use hard points to lock everything up so it's nice and stable. Right, there we go. So that is that side. Let's get this side going. Need... I accidentally delete something. That's on the side. Okay, I did not accidentally delete something. Alright, got it. Alright, let's see. Can I put that there? Yes, okay. That's sticking down one extra right there, okay. What the hell? What the fuck happened here? Let's build it from scratch. This is annoying me. Trying to stick it in there. I'm just going to build it from scratch. Yeah, let's build it from scratch. Let's just take a hacksaw out of this, get this working. Because I'm trying to like stuff in a pre-built. It's not going to work well, so let's not do that. Start from scratch and just make it work from the start. Take the space we need instead of trying to half-ass some other system in there. Take all the ballast out for now. Alright. Check some chat here. How's it going there? CXD Reaper, how are you? Yeah, it's mostly engineering and building game. You know, other people play it differently. I think, you know, again, there's no like right way to play anything, of course, but that's what the game is about. That's how they treat it, the developers. You know, it's an engineering and building game, so it's... You can play without engineering and building, but that is kind of, as far as I'm concerned, kind of missing the whole point of it. So it's that's what it's kind of is at its core. Let's move all this stuff right now, and then I will fix it later. All right, so that's let's keep hacks on this. I want to get this ready. I like a wide stance on this, so let's see. All right, so we're gonna need door, and then probably I'd say somewhere in the neighborhood of 3. So let's go take off symmetry. These just take up extra space, so I think we're gonna forgo those. Alright, so that'll give us an extension of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on either side. That's not terrible. Probably like more, but probably not gonna get more. Might try something different here. Let's play with this. I want to get this where I need it. All right. Okay. If that'll work well there. That'll be strong. This is gonna have to be midline. If I do that. Let's do it with blocks for now. I'll change them out to if I want something else. Let's see, so I'd have to go down, what, 2 blocks on that? So that's a 3 bang if I need it. Okay, good to know. So what do I have to go down? 2 blocks at least on that. Let's see, 1, 2. Yeah, that's got to go down 2 blocks, I think. Got to be there, and then the problem is these hard points are a pain in the ass. Could do connectors just to cut it down a little bit. That would allow me to cut that down a little bit, but not a ton. That's only 1 block there. I like hard points better, but the problem with the hard points is they are very cumbersome. Because if I use hard points, in order for it to lock in its downward position, that's not terrible, I guess. You have to be right there. And then if I want to lock it in the upward position, that makes it a problem. Tripper Steam game, yeah. Hello, Citrus. Hello there, Zizo. How are you guys? Yeah, you got plenty of time to work on it. The longer challenge. So. That's not gonna work. Shit. The problem is these hard point receptacles are 3 wide. That's the problem. Is they're just huge, and so it's like even if I was gonna like try to do something like that, it becomes absolutely massive, and it's too. You have to go 3 wide this way to be able to do it. So this is a 3x3 essentially, which is gross. So might do connectors on these just because of that. Yeah, the fire truck was much taller. Problem with these two is they can't stay they can start in the lock position. So if I'm using those linear tracks, that becomes a pain in the ass. Very nice. We're just running into problems here, left and right. So. A lot of problems to solve for, and it makes a ton of space that I need. So. Can't go the other way at all. Can I on this? Probably not. Definitely not. Alright. I can't fill anything in this gap, can I? No. It's getting frustrating and annoying. Let's see. Gonna get back to when I had the thing in. At this point, I'm sick of building it. I just want to get the other system in there from the fire truck. You see how cumbersome the fire truck system is because it has a hard point up top to lock it in the vertical position. Then it has a hard point down there to lock it in the down position. It's incredibly cumbersome, but it works. So I might just yank it out of there and use it. Because I don't want to stick around with this all day long. I really don't. Alright, let's go like that. Let's just grab everything. Again. Make sure I have everything this time. Can I get the thing? Oh my god, where is it? Alright. See, I don't want to go down too low. Anything I'm gonna hate if I accidentally do that. That's where I can work with. Just do this, slot that in. That's gonna be just save me a ton of aggravation to just do this. Let's go without the logic for now, and then I'll move it in a second. Actually fits pretty well. So now I'm gonna just nix that off. Okay. All right, let's try it. This is screwed up here, but I'll fix that later. Okay, let's do forward supports out. Heard them disconnect. That's I have infinite electricity on, so then I have infinite electricity on, but these are not powered, so they need to be put to 0 so that the doors don't actively try to do anything. There we go. Now the doors will flop open, as you can see. Alright, let's go down. Alright, so that is now done. So front supports are done. Infinite electricity is still on. Okay. Did I accidentally delete something that I shouldn't have? Fuck, I bet I did. I bet I just deleted the crane. No, the crane microcontroller is right in front of me. What the hell's going on now? Let's check it. What's going on now? It's all there. Why are you not working there, crane? Oh, did I not merge it? No, I merged it. Merged. What the hell? Why is this not working now? Okie dokie smoky. What the hell? Why is the crane not working? I don't know what's up. Panels going to there. That's going there. Everything goes up there. Oh, I have to control it from the, no, I don't have to control it from the cab. Should be up here. Let me double check, make sure the cab switched over. Yep, cab switched over. What the hell is going on here? I'm super confused. See if I deleted something that I didn't notice. This controller's right, control box is right there. Handling that, that's fine. Everything's hooked on there. I don't get it. Alright. Let me double check that real quick and spawn it before I make sure this one was working before I left. Nope, this one wasn't working. Oh, I know why. Okay. I know what. It's different. I'm using the crane micro, and I haven't swapped it over yet. Okay, that's fine. Let's go back to... Okay, that's fine. All right. All right, let's see what I did. All right. All right. That's panel composite coming back. That's readouts. The one that's missing. That's this. Shouldn't need that. Double check it. Panel composite is going into the box right there. This is going in from the seat. That is just going to the winch. That's not, doesn't have anything to do with it. Let's see. Yaw is there. Infinite electricity, you're on, right? Yeah, infinite electricity's been on. I literally just tested this out not too long ago either. That's what's being weird. Yellow because it's literally the same controller I just grabbed. Alright, this one's... Okay, this one's hooked up. No, never mind. I'm trying to test the crane and the supports at the same time is what I'm trying to do right now. God damn it, what the fuck is going on here? I'm at a loss. What the Christ is going on here? Is it because they're not actually connected? Could be that. I actually did completely disconnect these. That could be it. I gotta get this shit. This dicks up my drive shaft. This screws up my drive shaft. Can I move those up? Should be able to. This screws up my drive shaft. So let's merge these really quick. Make sure these are completely merged up. Make sure it's not some weirdness. If they're actually not connected, they won't communicate. That very well could be it. Nope. All right, I'm gonna go take a quick coffee break. I'll be right back. Let me get that set up. All right. Let's see. Check some chat here. Yeah, I want to extend out though. That's a problem. I think I'm gonna do it differently, but that was my preferred way. It's just not gonna work, so I'm gonna do something different. I'm gonna make a custom system. Let's make sure this friggin' thing works. Crane works. See when this problem happened. I'm getting nothing off that. I might have already moved it over to the panel here, but I had this. See, now the fucking crane's not working. What the hell is going on? Flicky camera. I can't take the flicky camera right now, thanks. Getting frustrating here. What the hell is going on here? Like, literally, what the Christ is going on here? Something is up with this, and it's pissing me off. Right. Those two are good. Brakes. Extend, retract. Yaw. Pitch. Alright, I think I might know what it's doing here. It's the same, literally the same panel, so it can't be that. Alright. Alright, see composite box there. All right, so 1820 or 4 should run the pitch. $18, $20, $4. It's merged. It's on the same body. Physically attached, so there's no like jump in the gap. Struggling to understand what the hell is going on here. So no information's passing through. Let's redo the connections. I doubt it's that, but let's fucking see. Okay, pissing me off now. Like, what the hell is going on here? It's gotta be something I did, but I have no clue right now. Alright, it's pissing me off. I'm just gonna yank the fucking thing right now. Getting annoyed. I didn't mean to grab this one. Alright. Be a pain in the ass, huh? Be a pain in the ass all day. How's that fucking didn't center it? Oh, it's gonna be a bitch to move. Get rid of the dystopian music for a little while. Open. Alright, there we go. The fuck? What the hell is going on? I'm getting pissed off here. What am I doing this? Fucking this up. Panel got disconnected? Okay. How did the panel get disconnected? I could have just screwed this up something silly too. Let me check this. So yeah, there to there, there to there, there to there, there to there. Try running that. It's something I'm doing, but it's aggravating me that it was working. I tested the fucking thing not too long ago, and then now it's just not working. It's pissing me off, and I was like all set to try stability stuff. It's getting old. It really is. All right. Check rotation. Make sure I can fully rotate on this plane. It's not. I'm gonna lose the cab, but. Alright. Let's get some simple ass stabilizers in here that I like, that aren't going to cause me problems. Let's see. Alright, making progress here. It's just aggravating. Yeah, it was, well, I see the problem is I connected this panel. This panel is identical to this panel. See, this is the issue was I had tried connecting this panel directly to that. That was one of my testing things. I connected this panel. This panel is exactly what I just connected. But I think it's reading backwards. It was reading the information out backwards. So I hooked it from this node. It was supposed to be the back node. So that's what it was. It was just friggin' annoying. You know, sometimes your brain just decides to stop working too, and it's like something like that. It's just a bitch to find. And that's what it ended up being. It was just frustration simulator. Okay. But like sometimes it just does that. Yeah, you get in the wrong mindset sometimes. I was going to take a break, go to the plane for a little while, because sometimes it's like a couple-minute break and your brain resets, stops acting the fool. All right. All right, so that is reconnected. All this shit on the right can go. We'll double check it. So I'm trying to decide if I just say screw it and bring. I'm going to do custom supports. Won't take me long. The problem is the extension system is so friggin' cumbersome because it is the hard points are the best way to do it. The hard points are 3x3s, and then it's essentially a 3x3. And so you know you need a 3x3 on both sides. It takes up an enormous amount of space. They're just enormous. Like a 1x2 and a 1x2 hardpoint would have been beautiful, but they didn't do that, which I think that, you know, from what they've said, some of these things are game issues, or like just the way the system would work just wouldn't work. Yeah, so I need to be able to have 4 tall to be able to do an extension the way I was going to do it. So what I think I'm going to do is... I think I want to do frictions. I don't think I want to do magulls. Magulls are a pain in the ass. They really are. But I may or may not do magulls. I probably will. Try friction pads. I'd rather that if I can make it work. They are a pain in the ass, but we will see what I can accomplish with that. That, yeah, I'll need to grab on the way up. Sticking out too much, but I'll fix that later. Actually, we can leave where it is, and then I'll put a flap door there. Let's see. For now, I'm just gonna not worry about facades. I'll move that in one. Just give me this, please. Thanks. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I could have banged around the kitchen. Let's take that. This will go up one. Okay. And that can go up one as well. Let's see, can I move that underneath? No. If I can get them into, okay. Let's give this a quick run, and I just want to get this crane moving here. So let's go. Test. The whole reason I'm doing this, I'm trying to test the supports to see if it's going to work. Okay. And this all needs to go the other side too. Airspeed there. Okay. Because I want to test, can I lift this with this support system, or do I have to make a bigger support system? All right, let's go. All right, so that's going to move down one. All right. Just come on, look out there, guy. That's not going to work anyway. Let's do that. All right, let's try it again. I didn't merge them. Do not merge them. All right. I was hoping the underlift would work for this, but what I can do is I can extend that even further. Let's do that real quick. Let's see, where's the underlifts go to? Right there, okay. Maybe you try to use the underlift as the rear support. We'll see how that works. How's it going there, Rasmus? Check up a chat in a second here. Wow, I gotta go way far to even get that to think about connecting. All right. Again, trying to get the bus to completely come off the ground, which the crane can do no problem. So I want to make sure this one will do it. That's what I want. There we go. Okay, that's underlift needs to be a little bit different for that to work. All right, that's fine. Let's go with yeah, these are awfully short too. See, I'm curious if how much space I need to, because I want to extend these out. These are not very far, so let's see. If I do a front one like this, can I get this to... That one, I might be able to get this to work the way I want. We'll see. It's gonna be friggin' iffy as shit. Let's see. See if I extend that back one more. Let's see. Try to get one side to work first, and then I'll do that. I need more extension on these. They're too close. All right. Shit. Voice symmetry. Nobody likes you. Let's go there. Yeah, it's gonna give me more reach. Let's try to screw off this here real quick. Come on, delete it. You're all day doing this. All right, let me catch up with chat for a little bit. I don't believe I touched the gearing on my underlift. I've got them 1/4 standard numbers. The longer the lever arm, the harder it's going to be. So these are, see how short this lever arm is? It's really short. I also start at the middle position and go down up off that. Part of that's for folding sake, but yeah. I don't know if that helps you or not. Look at this real quick here. That's not what I want to do. Shit. Work. No, that works. Okay, that does work. All right. Yep, that works. All right. You're fine. Track segment's not gonna go past this because for some damn reason. It's got an exclusion zone on this track segment. I forgot about that. See right there? That kind of screws me a little bit. We'll see what happens. I can only go to here with the track segment if I do that. Cause them to be artificially short. I'm trying to keep it compact. Come on, straighten up there, pipe. Shit to do today. Alright, let's play with this real quick. Where the hell am I is the question. Right there, alright. I did it wrong. So release there. Let's run this one. What did I not merge anything? Apparently I didn't. Alright. That would do it, huh? Fuck you. It's annoying too. I've got the extension backwards. I'm going left to go right essentially. So it's kind of annoying. The cab is not helpful because the cab's coming off. Let me take the cab off now. Cab's heavy. I'll probably have to do mag-alls on those too. Cab's gone. Alright, that's cab gone, and then I'm gonna probably have to put Maggles in here. I really would rather not, but probably do. And if only I had symmetry on, I wouldn't have to do this twice. Oh, I took a ton of weight out of this too. Let's not be hasty with the friction blocks. I took an insane amount of weight out of this already. Let's put the weight back in. This thing was weighed way up. I took 8,000 out of it, so let's not be too hasty with this. So we had 10 and change. Bet you I'll find what I'm looking for. There we go. Oh my god, camera. Why is the camera so bad today? Me just trying to rush, causing problems. What are we up to? 11 something. Let's fix all this. This got all misaligned and it's kind of annoying. Oh, the camera. For now, at least we'll do that. Okay. Let's actually, this can keep going for a little bit. That's going to probably be the deck limit up there. All right. I can actually fix that now. Alright, what are we up to? 15. Still a little light, but it's not the end of the world. Still a touch light. Alright. Alright, let's test it like this and then see what happens. I just hate the noise. The magall's going on and off and on and off, so I'd much rather use friction blocks as much as I can. I really hate the noise of those things. Alright, there we go. Alright, good. Alright, much better with the weight. Took a lot longer for it to start to tip. Alright, let's work on some of this here. Let's do this next. If I do that one more time, I keep missing this one panel. Every time I'm trying to cut the back, I keep missing that one panel. Like, you know, if you had a... Oh my god, I did it again! Stop! Jesus Christ. Like, literally. Fuck off. Like, if you're going to have a really heavy lift as well, one thing you can do to help IRL is to lift rearward. Because if you're lifting rearward, you will, you're trying to lift the whole truck up, which is not going to happen. So by trying to do that, you're trying to lift the longest part of the truck, and it's not gonna tip you over. Where's my pivot point? Right. I think it's there is where I want to be. Do we have a one gap in there? We have a one gap in there. I believe that's where we want to be. It's gonna have kind of a long ass wheelbase, but I want this thing to be a beast. I want to have some utility. I want to be able to use it for mining vehicles and everything else. So I'm kind of don't want to cheap out on the mass on it for that reason. What are we talking? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, something like that. I don't want this to be comically long, but I also kind of want to be able to have the utility. I can also cut the crane if I want to shrink it again. I've been kind of going back and forth of how long I want this to be. The heavier the vehicle itself, the less likely it's going to tip over. So That's like the first iteration of the bus was nuts because it's like it's hard like even cramming a shitload of mass into a problem is like the bus wasn't operational. It was just a shell, and so now you're trying to put it's easy to put a bunch of mass in a shell. It's harder to put it into a vehicle that needs logic and space and all the space and everything else. We talk 2 there. So that's gonna be friggin' wonk. Alright. What are we up to now? Up to 18. Alright. One, two, three. So we got like 3. Do something simple for now. That's not gonna touch, is it? No. What? No. I want to try to run it without that. How's it going? I said hi to Rasmus. Hello, hello. Yeah, it's almost always me. It's always almost something you did logic-wise that caused something to break. Like I responded to a comment today. They're like, pivots are broken. It keeps resetting to its original position. It's like, no, pivots aren't broken. Your logic is broken. Like you have to fix it. It's like, and so it's like, that's why I find a little bit of obnoxious is like when people always assume it's like the game. It's like it's generally you. It's like I hooked the panel up wrong, and it was frustrating and it was annoying. But if you quickly go out and you just game sucks, it's like you're not gonna be able to fix it because the game isn't broken. It was something you did, and it's generally what happens. It's generally something you did, and you kind of have to start with that premise to be able to then fix the thing. So it's like that's why it's kind of rag on that a little bit. It's generally what it is, and it's exactly what happened to me. Is I screwed something up and it caused problems. And that's generally what it is. Not always, but generally. All right, let's go ahead and try to lift. Let's get that rear support locked in. I didn't put a button on the panel. Let's do that. It's complex problems require complex solutions. So often it's going to be something you did that's going to cause the problem. All right, there we go. That's locked in now, and then Because, you know, especially with grip tires, the lateral stability is really good on the tires, and it takes the pressure off of the, it's going to take the pressure off of the legs. What happened now? Check the hard point. Release false, that should be... I do that, so that somehow got disconnected. There is a bug going around where some stuff gets disconnected, but I don't think that's what it is. Merge, merge, you're merged. Okay, let me check this. What's going on now? There has been a bug where panels are getting disconnected. That is a game bug. So, again, not always, but that has been reported by a lot of people. And that one is happening. So, as you can see, just worked. So, there we go. Alright, so let's test this out. Now, there is something I think I've shown. Oh, I know I've shown them before, but there is a thing with forklifts, front end loaders, you know, telehandlers, all that, where you have a diagram, and the diagram will show you. The diagram will show you how much weight you can handle at a certain distance from the body. You can't. For example, like reaching far out, you're going to be able to hold less weight than pulling it in. The same thing like I was talking about the soda bottle. If you put... See, this is the problem with the Magalls. When they go click, click like that, it fucks the physics all up. So that's why I try to minimize my Magall use if I can. So like on a telehandler, you'll see there's be a diagram where it shows you that you can carry like 9,000 pounds if it's within this certain distance from the cab. If it's further, you can only carry, you know, 1,000 pounds because, you know, the torque of it. The longer the lever arm, the more torque. All right. So probably gonna need Magalls on the supports, which I friggin' hate, but hey, it's gotta be done. You know, and again, you know, the requirement is not to lift this thing. It's not part of the challenge, but I want to do it as one, a challenge to myself, and two, it gives me more utility. I want to use this vehicle for a bunch of other stuff. And so by, you know, by doing that, it allows me to do the other things I want to do. All right, so that is, see, are these attached? See, that says connected. Oh, what the fuck happened here? They had symmetry on, and that fucked something up. All right. Because they are offset. All right, that's fine. All right, there we go. All right. All right, so I want to move that lock position to there. Let's do that. Now let's delete you. Alright, there we go. Alright, those are now locked into position. So the problem too is that one of the reasons I didn't want to do Magalls was eventually they're gonna go ding 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 ding, and they're gonna make a ton of noise, and I hate that, and I don't like the noise of them. Again, I like a lot of these sounds where you can select, do you want to have this noise on or off? So like certain things I do, like I kind of like the Magall on the crane dinging just to tell me that yep, I'm attached, and then the Magalls and the supports, if they're gonna go flutter on and off all the time, I don't want to hear them. And so it'd be nice if there was an option on that where you could do that. Like, you know, I know a lot of people don't like the noise of the electric pumps. It would be nice if that was an option. But again, some of those things, again, you know, we don't even think about, but the devs have talked about how it's like they add a lot of stuff you have to have in the game file, and they don't want to increase the game file too much because they might have to increase the minimum specs, and then you get people who used to be able to play the game who can't play the game. And as you can imagine, that would suck if you just like, I could play yesterday, can't play today. That sucks. All right, good. So this is now working the way I want it to. All right. That is doing what I wanted it to. Yeah, not required by the challenge, but doable now. So, like, this is the example I was talking about, is the length of the lever arm. The longer out you put it, the heavier it's going to be. Same, you know, like I said with the soda bottle. Hold it close to your chest. It doesn't weigh that much. Put it way out at arm's length. It feels like it weighs more because that's torque. That's why, like, you have a long wrench. The longer the wrench, the more torque you're going to be able to go. You know, so it's always, like Alistair was saying, it's always better to be able to do more. That's one of the reasons why, like, for example, it's probably detrimental to the physics for me to have that segmented magall on the end, but the purpose of that is for my cranes, I want to have a bunch of different modules, like a container module that you hook up, and it allows you to be able to... you know, the container module would allow you to be able to, for example, rotate the container, undo the locks and latches and all that using function keys. So you can see this is much more utilitarian to me too, because I don't want to like just have a build after a challenge that I never use again. I want to have a build that I want to use. And so because of that, like for example, if we do, you know, we do mining multiplayer and we need to inevitably somebody tip something over, we can then use this to, you know, tip it over, or the crane, you know, so it's having extra functionality is nice. Because it's like, I'm not just going to use a regular wrecker all that much, but I might use a, you know, a rotor with wrecker capabilities as well. So this, and I want to keep the magalls to a minimum, and I don't want them pinging and panging. You know, it's like, for example, I'll show you one of the examples I had before Alistair dropped it down to 5, was the pneumatic pistons are really strong. I had an example of 6 of them, and I didn't like the look of it, but, you know, it was going to functionally be able to do it, but it wouldn't be the way I want, you know. So I'm kind of glad with the reduced weight now I can change that. See if that will grab. There we go, that locked into place. All right. Let's get this. You know, I like the stabilizers. They're more elegant now. They're less. I like the elegance of them. So the other thing too is I'll show you that this folds up. So this folds all the way up. That's why, like, I have some of the positions that I have. This could probably actually move in. No, that's right. So this will fold up like this. So that's kind of why I have the positions the way I have them on that. I'll probably end up shrinking the crane because I want a reason. I don't like to like completely get rid of other builds. The crane is like brakes are on. Do you have the tires gripped up on this, Alistair? It's sticking through the. See, it's sticking through the world there. It's kind of annoying. Let me see. This doesn't have its brakes on either. Let's see. Alistair put safety chains on there too. Now, the two magalls are not too bad, but if you get too rambunctious, you will disconnect it. So, and I asked them to put on some. Here, let's just do this. Let's grab the bus and move it for now. Because that will keep it from disconnecting and allow the magalls to re-grab. All right. Go back. Thanks. Ugh, come on. Just get it, get it, get it, get it, get it all, get it all, get it all. All right, so it will now lift much more weight than it needs to, which is good. I gotta put on something for safety chains here, so. All right, there'll be a rope locker at some point, but for right now, I don't have it. All right, and then this will go. See, like IRL, there's a long extender in there, so I might put that back in because Alistair changed the weight. This, I needed it to be designed like this to handle the weight. Now I might be able to do a long one because what you can do is you can, like, you don't have to get right up against the bus. You get close, and then this will extend out and then pull it back in. So I might do that. We'll see. All right, and then let's see. Just going to do this real quick because it's going to be a pain in the ass. And then you want to lift this. You actually want to lift the bus and have it be in the bottom like that. You're trying to take the weight onto the truck. All right, then these safety chains here will get attached. Like so, all right. And brakes off, brakes are off. All right. This will tow it with brakes on, but so the safety chains, if I take a turn too tight, the safety chains will keep it from completely coming off. Probably use a little bit more gap. I'm a little bit too close. Let me gap this out a little bit more. Need more gap. That's another reason why IRL these will slide in and out is for that, so you can have a gap on there. So you can change your gap to be what you need it to be. I have to detach the ropes now. Let's go. Magall's off. Push it back. There we go. All right. All right. A little bit more gap there so I won't kiss the tractor. Now it won't kiss, so. Alright, so see how the magalls came undone? At least we won't lose it now. That's kind of why I wanted safety chains, so. Because the game kind of makes you have to have like 28 friggin' magalls, and I think that's silly. It's like, that's too much. What is going on now? Oh, I have them connected still. Okay. That's better there. And having it flat is going to make this pivot better, so you want to have that flat. That's why I have it start flat. You know, 50. Got a 13 speed in it, so. Looks to be doing pretty well. Even accounting for me driving like an asshole. I'll probably shorten the wheelbase a little bit. We'll shorten the crane down a little bit. Doesn't need to be this long, so I can shorten it up a little bit. All right, nice. So I'm happy with that. Proof of concept, all that's working real well. Excellent. All right, let's go ahead and we'll check some chat here. All righty, let's see. So I finally answered Echo's question. That's how I did the underlift. I did 4. I'll show you real quick. Underlift. Again, the longer the lever arm, the more power you need. So the longer this is, the more power you're going to need. I have 4 large pivots. The pivot size doesn't really matter. They show the same power on them. Let's get this fixed real quick. I hate that little pipe hole, so I want to cut that. So these are 4 pivots. That helps with strength. Having not too long of a lever arm, that helps with strength. And then this pintle here is going to be for that's going to be for when I run. Oh, what was I going to say? Trailers. So I want to be able to have this run trailers as well. So something for my needs I need. Oh, God damn it. Why can't I ever grab all the parts that something needs? It's like a gift I have. Okay, there we go. All right, so let's trim some of this belly out. Let me check all the mechanics in that. Okay, that should be good. Let's see. I need to do it somewhere. Let's try. I want to cut a lot of this out, actually, so. I don't need super duper length on some of the stuff. I'm going to cut the weight down, so I got to be careful. I got to test it again with the weight. So here, let's do this. Let's not be a complete idiot. Let's save this. All right. That's better. I gotta screw around with the ballast in the rear is funky. Alright. Let me make sure there's no... Where's the linear track going on this? Okay, good. Did not think it was gonna be a problem, but... Okay. Can't see it. Where the hell is it? Where's the thing? At the bottom. Whatever. Let's do that instead. Nope, don't do that. Alright, so that fixes that up. That's more reasonable now. So I want to do remote control for this so you can stand near the load too and do it. So, like I was saying, is like if you really wanted to lift something heavy, like here, let's do it without the supports on. You'd want to do it this way because you're trying to push the entire truck into the ground by doing it this way. So like if you needed to lift it, this would be the easiest way to do it. Try to get center. That's about centered. Okay. Because like you're trying to like crush the truck and lift the entire truck off the ground. You got the ropes on there. It's a good place to stand, huh? OSHA would be pissed. So you can see that is that doesn't need any stability because it's just naturally stable. You know, so that does not want to go anywhere. So like with minimal amounts of support, it's like if you wanted to take the easier path for this challenge, you could do it no rotor, and you would have a much easier time lifting because you're literally like you're. I'll take a quick picture. We'll kind of talk about it. Let's take a quick picture like this. All right. Like the mechanics do work in game. Again, it's like when people are like, "Oh, the physics sucks." It's like a lot of it is pretty reasonable compared to how the game works and how real life works. And if you follow some of the real life things, you're gonna get pretty damn close. Yeah, it's never gonna be exactly the same, but it's gonna be pretty reasonable. All right, so like if we look at it here, you know, you have the center of, you know, most of your mass is coming in. Let's go put a layer on there. Most of your mass is coming in right here off the crane. And so it's trying to push down. It's trying to push all of this. Let me get this going here. It's trying to push all of, you sucker. I thought I clicked on the rectangle. I didn't. All right. It's trying to push all of this down into the ground. And because of that, it's not going to be able to. So it's not going to be able to push all of this into the ground. And it's trying to lift all of this over here up. So it's trying to push down here because this is essentially your center of rotation. So it's trying to push this into the ground. Well, it can't push all of this into the ground. So that's going to resist it. It's trying to lift the cab. And so the cab is reasonably heavy. So this all becomes your counterweight, and then it's trying to push this in. So for example, if I move the crane all the way back here, it would pick this truck up no problem. Because here's your center of rotation. You have a long lever arm. It's going to be able to easily lift all of this mass. The mass isn't very much. So what you're doing is you're balancing between it, trying to lift this mass and trying to push this into the ground. This is what's really stopping you from getting up. This is a lot of overhang to try to slam into the ground. And it can't push this through the ground, of course. So it's, you know, the lever arm here is very short to lift this. So by having this, you know, pretty centrally located, it's trying to push the back down and pick the front up. Can't do it. If I slid the crane all the way back here, it would then easily lift this whole truck up. And then this part here makes it even harder because you're now, especially if I were to lift this off the ground, let me get that back. If I were to lift this off the ground, it's going to tip over because it has lateral stability problems. But I can show you in paint. Let me show you in paint. So if, goddamn, get out of there. So essentially, if I lift this off the ground, what I do is I make a triangle. Let's do it in orange. So I end up making a triangle like this. And so this increases the stability even more because it needs to push that down even more, and it's actually, you're articulating the opposite way that it's trying to push. You're fighting this arrow by pushing this up. So and then these are for lateral stability. I didn't put down the supports. But again, you start with like some of the basics of basic mechanics, and you're gonna do pretty well. Let's quickly test something here. Now, is that not working now? What the hell? Me check. Again, I think we might have got that bug where it's disconnecting nodes. Nope, it's there. Okay. Why did those... They're on there still. What? Where? Rear supports. Okay. That's still hooked. I don't know why it didn't do it then. I gotta look. Alright, check all the mergings. Alright, let's go test it, see what's up. Couldn't get those mag holes in the rear though. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Never mind, it was a me issue again. Likely a me issue. So like this, by picking the rear up, see, I don't want both of them on. By picking the rear up, that's probably pivoting off there. You're actively fighting that even more, so you're making it even harder for it to push the rear down. See, that's one of the reasons I don't like Magals is they, the force, once they hit a force limit, they disconnect. So if you see you're building the force limit, once it hit 140, it disconnected. So I want to put it in a place where it doesn't keep increasing force too much. It's eventually going to do it there. Probably because it's pulling on this. Let's disconnect the brake, see if that fixes it. That's probably what it was. Nah, it's still doing it. I think it was the brake being on. Is not helpful. What is this doing now? Oh, I should cut that off if I'm going to do that. Okay. Okay. Trying to get this off me. Gotta get the safety chains. I have a rope on me already. See you later, rope. So I'll make sure I still have the reach I want on this. This is a double stage crane, so it's even a shorter crane has a really long reach. At one point when I was struggling to do the 8K one, I went to a single stage crane to try to reduce the subgrids. But now with the weight reduction, I don't have to worry about that anymore. So gives me a little bit more utility. I think it's a little bit south of set 50% is where the CG is. So like, see how it's jumping up and down? That is even harder to hold because, you know, force of mass times acceleration. So because that is going up and down, it's adding huge stresses to it. So there you go. Let's get a pick. There we go. So like, yeah, this has good utility. The crane, my other crane will still have a longer reach, so that other crane will be better for, say, like when we go mining to be able to lift up some of the stuff. So I don't want to completely replace my other crane. All right, let me catch up with Chad here. Yeah, unless it's Alistair's bus. Why do the small tanks? Because they pressurize them. My guess would be the devs pressurize the tanks because a lot of people couldn't figure out they need to put fluid ports on there, despite the devs telling them for months and months and months and months they were going to have to vent their tanks. People still ask on a daily basis, why are my tanks not working? Because you didn't vent your tanks. And a lot of people don't know basic physics, and so I think they pressurized it so that at least you'd be able to run for a little while, because they probably understand that a bunch of the community just spawns something from a workshop, drives around, crashes into something for 5 minutes, and that little added pressure will allow them to be able to work for a little while, so that, you know, they don't alienate brand new people. That would be my guess. All you have to do is hook it up to the pump and then completely fill it. That's my guess. The other one, too, is if it's hooked to part of your vehicle, another element of it is this, is let's say you have, I think it's 1 liter per segment of pipe, if memory serves, I can't remember. But let's say you have 10 segment of pipe, that's 10 liters. 10 liters is going to come out of your tank because your tank is pressurized and go into the pipes. And then you're going to, it looks like you lost 10 liters. All that happened was the tank spawns with the fuel, and then the fuel goes into the pipes. Unless there's something else I'm not thinking of that you're talking about, Zizo. Yeah, the disappearing nodes is quite frustrating. Because like that's like a lot of the players get frustrated because something that worked, like say you worked on it last night, and then you come back to the game and oh my god, it's not working. That is obviously something up with the game because you didn't change anything unless you were tired last night, made a mistake, and went to bed, which also happens. But like legitimately, if your build worked, you saved it, and then you went to bed and you get back up, and then it doesn't work, that is frustrating. And so that's what that bug where logic nodes get disconnected, that is frustrating because of that. I read about a railroad crane that would lift up 100 tons at boom length while horizontal. The entire thing was not more than... Yeah, it's probably weighs incredibly heavy too. Yeah, the more you can counterweight it, the better. A lot of the stuff on, like, one of the heaviest trucks they tend to run on road, or let's get a concrete pump. So, like, a concrete pump is the, some of the heaviest trucks you can get on the road, at least in the U.S. I would say everywhere is the, they're friggin' heavy. But these concrete pumps here are some of the heaviest trucks. And, you know, I forget what, let's see what a concrete pump truck weight. That's not weight. About 92,000. Some of them I think might be a little bit more. But yeah, you're talking like 100,000 pounds for some of those concrete pumpers. You know, the train car, let's see. Rail crane. I hate this Google AI. I gotta shut it off. I watched a video on how to do it. It's so stupid. Like some of these, I don't even know what this would weigh. It's gotta be nuts. It's gotta be like maybe 1 million pounds, probably. Trying to find a heavy one, and we'll check the weight on it. Like here's, oh, sorry, I just hurt myself. Oh my god, that's the company. I don't read German, so. It's all in German. That's not really helpful. You know, anyway, you know, they're pretty goddamn heavy, these rail cranes. You know, and so they're well counterweighted. You know, you're taking a small percentage of its overall general weight. Plus, the steel wheels have no real, you know, they have, of course they squish, but they barely squish comparatively to, say, rubber tires. There's minimal suspension on a train car compared to a truck, so you don't get a lot of that, you don't get a lot of that flexion. So this is, I'm content with this. The performance of this. You know, it tows well. It handles that well. Oh, this is going to be a problem, probably. Let's see if it tips over with just the fronts up. Nope, still doing all right. Let's get rid of the bus really quick. Alistair, do you know off the top of your head how much time we got left? Gotta be, what, we had like 4 weeks, so we gotta have a lot of time left. I'll check the utility. Don't make Alistair look it up, I can look it up. Save this really quick. So let's grab, let's see. See, this is going to be a problem, is I really want this to be able to extend. Let's get 45. Actually, this will work fine. All right. So, like, you're not having to lift too much with this. You're just rotating mass on this. Let's go. Right, that should just snap when I get in there. So let's get this right to the correct height. There we go. All right, there we go. All right. All right, there we go. The brakes are going to be on, but this will get TTIS Mark II, and so you'll be able to hook up lines from the trailer. Probably shut the brake off, huh? Got the brakes on the trailer. This will motivate me to get TTIS Mark II finished as well and out. All right, so now this is something that they'll do IRL. Like if, let's say you had a tractor break down and the trailer is full of cargo that needs to be somewhere, they would, like we used to do this all the time because the trailer's got $1 million worth of cargo in it, and it's, so the tractor's broke and they tow the trailer in first and then worry about the tractor separately. And then you would tow the trailer back like this. Currently it's hitting the crane, but you know, so that will get TTIS Mark II in the back so that will work. Let's finish up a chat here. How do you make a prop plane more powerful? Like Rasmus said, it's a balance between number of blades and gear. And what's happening is the more blades you add, the more work you're asking it to do. So say, for example, you were going to... okay, let's say you want to go faster in a canoe. Okay, you're in a canoe. Well, I have one oar in my hand, right? So I usually paddle with one oar. Now imagine I put one in each arm. Okay, are you going to go faster in that canoe with 2 paddles in your arms? No. Why? Because you're not strong enough. So the thing is, with 1 paddle, if you can go twice as fast, you're moving the same amount of water as 2 paddles moving half as fast. As you add blades, a lot of people in the game don't think about the downward consequence. They don't think about the physics of it. It's like asking one person to now hold a paddle in each arm and expecting them to go twice as fast. It's not going to work that way. Because you're overloading the person, because the person isn't strong enough to be able to, run 2 paddles at once, what's going to happen is their speed is going to slow down. And so what you have to consider with a propeller is how much water am I moving? If you have 1 paddle and it moves 1 unit of water per second, and you have 2 paddles and it has you move 2 units of water per second, yeah, you're going to go twice as fast. But likely what's going to happen is if you have 2 paddles in each, one in each arm, likely you're going to actually be moving probably less than half the speed. So let's say you're moving half the speed, right? So if normally you're moving 1 unit of water per second with 2 paddles, likely what's going to happen is you're going to move 1 unit of water per second with 2 paddles. The difference is you're going to move them half as fast, and so each paddle is now only moving 0.5 units of water per second, and so you don't actually go any faster. So there is a balance. As you add more blades, generally what happens is the propeller will move slower. But what you're looking for, let's go to paint real quick. I can open paint, or I have to click on it 3 times. There you go. Let's color this something different so I don't have to be blinded. All right, so like let's talk propeller real quick. All right, so if you have a propeller, all right, so the fastest propeller generally is going to be a 2-bladed propeller. Let's get square back on. All right, so generally speaking, the fastest propeller is a 2-bladed propeller. All right, and it's the minimal amount of load on the engine, right? And so if per rotation, right, so a propeller is a screw, so for every 1 rotation you go a certain distance forward based on pitch. This is when pitch gets in and people confuse pitch, but just talking blade count, if you say that, okay, we have 2 blades on here, right, this one here will do, okay, listen, 250, click, 1. All right, so this blade here will move 1 unit of air per rotation. This one here will move 1 unit of air. All right, that has resistance. So as the propeller is trying to go forward, right, as the propeller is trying to go this way, the resistance is trying to go this way. As this side of the propeller is trying to go this way, right, here, let's do it color-coded. All right, so the prop will be in black. All right, so that is your propeller doing work, right, but right? For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. So there is resistance, and that is in the form of air resistance, right? Because you have to move the air. And so the air is working in opposition to the propeller. All right. Now, as you add more blades, you're adding opposition. So, all right, as you add more blades here, let's go ahead and I'm going to try to see if I can just copy it out. For the most part, I can. All right. So as you add more blades, right, you're adding more resistance. So now you have the same resistance. Now, you have all this extra air resistance here. So you still have the same motor. So what you've done is it's like asking that person, hey, hold another oar in your other hand and expecting them to turn or to move the oars just as fast. No, you're going to slow down. So now, let's say in a more perfect case, what's going to happen is you're going to be at 0.5, Jesus Christ, 0.5 units of air move per second, 0.5 units of air per second, 0.5 units of air per second, 0.5 units of air per second. Now, this looks like why spend the extra money on buying or getting a second propeller installed if we're going to move the same amount of air. Well, the thing of it is you're talking load. So over here, we only have 2 units of resistance, right? We have a unit of resistance here. We have a unit of resistance here. Here we have 4. Now what that's going to cause is, let's say the RPS here is 10 RPS. Okay, let's say over here the RPS is 9 RPS. Because you're putting more load on, it's going to cause the person to slow down. This is going to increase efficiency. So likely what you're actually having here is, let's fix this. So this is generally why airplanes add more propellers, is they're doing it for efficiency. So likely what's happening is you're at 0.45, no, we're in 4 blades now. We'll quarter them. I'll quarter them, stand by. So likely, let's say it's something like this. This is more like what it's going to be. 0.2, 0.2, 0.2. God damn it. We probably actually have static. We'd actually have static on that. I'm trying to keep the concepts the same so we don't screw it up here. All right, so likely what's going to happen is something like this. You're going to move more air, but you're going to be at a slower RPS. So at some point, you're at a slower RPS moving more air. You're going to be going faster. Eventually, as you add more and more blades, this RPS value is going to go down and down and down and down. This is going to decrease because you're asking your engine to do more and more and more work. The more work and the more blades you add, you're going to likely decrease your RPS more and more and more and more because you're adding load. The difference is this. Yes, each blade, by adding more blades, you're moving more air. But as you slow down the RPS, you're going to be moving less air as this decreases. So eventually what happens is let's try to draw some lines here. As the blade count, fuck me, dude. Give me this. Why? Oh, escape. Okay. So as the blade count goes up, right, efficiency is also going up. But the RPS of the engine is going down because you're asking it to do more work. So there's going to be some point in here where you're at your peak. And that's generally your peak speed, okay? That's going to probably be your peak speed right there. You're adding more blades, which can do more work, and you've hit the limit on RPS. So this is your best setup for speed. This is your best speed right here. Now, as you increase blades beyond that, your RPS is going to drop. Well, that increases efficiency, right? Because the slower the engine's moving, the less fuel it's burning. All right, and then as this goes up, that's not really good with speed, but this is how you get more efficiency. I'm doing a fuck job of explaining this. But that's why, for example, like if you look at certain airplanes, they'll have 2-bladed propellers. Why? Generally, they have a small engine. It can't move many blades. Again, it's like asking the guy to propel the canoe with a ton of paddles in his hands. It's not going to make doesn't have the strength to do it. All right, so you want to have 2 blades on your propeller. That's like having 1 oar in the canoe. Now, if you added 2 people, that's like adding a second engine, right? So now you can add a second paddle, and you can go faster, right? For efficiency's sake, right, it might be more efficient for a person to move a bigger paddle, i.e. more propeller blades, because their stroke, the amount of times they stroke the oar is going to be less. That decreases your fuel burn. So generally, like you look at commercial airplanes that are like starting to put on like 8-bladed propellers, that's for fuel efficiency, generally. All right, let me get off that topic now. I did a shitty job of explaining it. Neutral blade pitch. What? Why would you use neutral blade pitch? You need to have some sort of blade pitch. It's a screw. It's on 1-3 and 2-3. That'd be a 3/6. That's a 2-to-1. Dragon, if you have 2 gearbox, do you have 2 gearboxes? I don't know what your deal is. Dragon, it sounds like you're getting way over your head. You got to start with the basics. Everybody like gets in day one and wants to. No, not saying that you're at day one, but everybody gets in and they want to make the most complex thing right off the bat. It's much better to get the concepts right first and then go from there. It sounds like you need to work on some of the basics first. Two 3x1s are 9 to 1, 15. 15 times 990, 9 times 545. So 135 RPS. Eventually, yeah, like Echo's saying, the more load you add to the engine, the whole heating in game is based on, it's a combination between load and RPS. Like a bunch of people were confused in this. Like, they would do this test bed. Look, I'm able to run at 90 RPS and never overheat. Yeah, because they're not turning anything. So, like, where is it? Let me quickly check this. I want to make sure I don't fuck. Did I save this? I gotta make sure. Okay, that's saved. All right. Let's find the... So, like, here's the cooling example. There's a reason why I have resistance on this. All right, so, like, here, let's... this is the toggle. That's going to all the engines here. Let's see. 2152s, 2152s. All right, here's an example right here. This is going to be loud. I'll have to turn it down. All right, so... let's get these going really quick. So you can run at reasonably high RPS and not overheat if you have low resistance, if you have low load on your engine. You put on a lot of load, you're going to need more cooling because you're doing more work. Work causes heat. Let's think of it that way. So the more work you do, the more heat you're going to create. So there's an example I want to show here. Is this will illustrate the point too. Here is, all right. So this one should overheat. Like, look at the RPS. Okay, we're at 20. It'll take a little while. Let's let that run. So what's going to happen is eventually... So I'll explain what's going to happen with this setup. So this setup here, this one has a lower RPS. This one's at 20. This one's at 21. The rest are at 21. And the reason is this one is using the... it's using some of the RPS connection here to turn the impeller for cooling. So it's stealing some of the power from the engine, and it's adding load. So this requires work. So because this requires work, the engine has decreased its RPS because the work is fighting against the RPS of the engine. It's acting like a brake, slowing down the engine. So yes, this engine is running slower than the other ones, but it has more load. So like, for example, this one here is using an electric motor to turn that impeller, so it's not stealing any of the power from the engine. Notice, this one's at 21 RPS. This one is not going to overheat. This one will overheat. Even though it's running at 20 RPS, it has more load on it, and that's going to cause this engine to overheat. That one over there will not overheat, okay? Now, one way you can stop this one from overheating, it will show you in a sec. I'll wait till it gets up there. Let's see, what's the temp presently? 68. So it shouldn't be too long. This will eventually get up to 110. Once this hits 110, what I'll do is I'll flip this button. It will switch this gearbox from a 2-to-1 to a 5-to-2. So what it's going to do is it's going to put more load on the engine. Now that should tell you, oh my God, well the engine already overheated because we put too much load on it. Yes, but what it's going to cause is it's going to cause so much resistance, it's going to reduce the RPS. So there's a balance between load and RPS. You can put a lot of load on the engine at low RPS and never overheat. You can put very little very little load on the engine at high RPS and never overheat. There's going to be a balancing act where if you put too much load and too much RPS, you're going to overheat. All right. I'm not going to draw any more friggin' diagrams, but so there's a balancing act there. So if memory serves, this one should overheat at some point. So we're at 81. We're getting there quickly. Let me finish up on chat while this is going. Okay, 19 days. Thank you. I've worked at a couple different airlines. For a long time, I or the tractor trailer driver. You know, again, this is where like a lot of people get confused. So this one is already overheated. See, this one is my control. This one has no cooling. This one's overheated already. So you can see the starter is going to. It's not the starter is not going to go, but if you look, see how it's stoichiometry AFR is going like this. That's because it's wiggling the PID. So that one can go off. The control has already overheated. The control overheated at 220 seconds. I forget what the time on this one is. We're getting there. It's going to take a little while. So what I'm trying to do is eventually I'm going to do this cooling tutorial. We'll have this set up here. And then what I'm going to do is I'll trade out this basic radiator for different types of cooling apparati. And we'll see how long they take. It will be an apples-to-apples comparison between them all. But this one will, I believe, eventually overheat. And so for a lot of people, some of these things seem counterintuitive, but they're not because they're not thinking of all the steps. Okay, it would be like, say, for example, you say, I don't understand why I keep gaining weight. I'm only, you know, I ate this at breakfast, I ate this at lunch, and I ate this at dinner. Why am I gaining weight? Well, then the problem is they didn't think of all the snacks they eat. So an hour after breakfast, they eat a big snack. An hour after lunch, they eat a big snack. An hour after dinner, they eat a big snack. They're not counting all their snacks. That's why they're gaining weight, is because they're not counting all those snacks. And so the same thing's happening when people are like, oh, this doesn't make any sense, is they're not thinking of one of the causes that can cause overheating, for example. And so they say, oh, people told, like, you'll see this, people will be like, how do I make my engine not overheat? And they'll go on the official Discord, and somebody's like, reduce your RPS. Yes, in most cases, reducing your RPS will cause you to not overheat. But there are going to be cases where it does. For example, if you have an insane amount of load on there, even at a low RPS, you're going to overheat. If you have very little load on your engine or a reasonable amount of load on your engine and you reduce RPS, yes, of course, you're going to decrease the fuel burn. But you can't both decrease RPS and overload it and expect it not to overheat, right? It's going to overheat, you know. And the other thing is true. You can go to a higher RPS if you have a low amount of load on there. So, like, for example, a lot of engines will overheat at 20 RPS. This one will, but like some of these will not. This one will not because it has a very small amount of load. It has a 2-to-1 gear ratio going to a small generator. Now, if we reran this test with a medium generator, a lot of these would overload and they would overheat. And so you'd have to change your dynamics. It's a lot of people are hunting for the easy, oh, just reduce RPS. No. You have to understand the different things that are going on. You have to understand the relationship between load and RPS. And you can't get around it. And that's the point of the game. The point is it's supposed to be complex, and you're supposed to learn these things and build cool systems. This one's getting close. That's a 104. This one will overheat soon. So the whole point of all this is eventually when I move this gearbox, I'm going to be increasing the gear ratio. I'm going to be adding more load. But because I'm adding more load, it's going to add resistance to the engine. Resistance to the engine causes the RPS to go down. Because the RPS goes down and the load is not too high, it will cause the temperature to go down. It will also cause the amount of work we do to go up. We're currently at 10. We have 10 S-watts. So if again, it's been a while since I made this test, but if memory serves, when I increase to a 5 to 2, we should get more S-watts. The RPS should go down, which means less fuel burn, and the temperature should go down, which means we won't overheat. So this is why, like, when people say, oh, this doesn't make any sense, this doesn't make sense, is they're not thinking of all the intricate things. The cool thing is all these intricate things are what makes the game fun, frankly, it's you're getting better at this, you're understanding the relationship between these things, understanding, oh, I've got a problem, I'm overheating, I just need to change X, Y, Z. So we're getting there. We're at 107. So at 110 degrees, the pit is going to, like, these will never catch on fire. I've got a system in there that prevents it. But once we hit 110, you'll notice this starts going, it will start to put in the overheat protection system, which will stutter it. It puts it into limp mode, so you can still drive, you can still operate, but it will not let you overheat it, so you don't catch on fire. All right, so like this one's at 108. We're close there. This one here is at 96. This one here is at 98. This one here is at 93. Now, these are all less. Again, remember why. This one is using power from the engine to turn an extra impeller up top right here. This one right here. And because it has extra load on it, even though the RPS is lower, if we drew the two lines, we would see that the load is too high for 20 RPS. If you looked at it, it would say that the maximum for this amount of load is, say, 19 RPS. So you'd have to decrease your RPS. Then if we redraw this graph later, as I increase the gear ratio, the load is going to go up, but the RPS is going to go way, way down. And that way, the RPS will be lower, and it will never hit the over limit on that. All right, we're within 1 degree of this overheating now. The other ones will not overheat over there. All my, I want to be here for when it does it. These are all my controls. My controls can all be shut off because they're all overheated. All right, we're almost there. We're within 1 degree. Got to wait for it. Yes, more coolant helps. Well, I'm not getting into that. I'm talking about Dragon's issue here with potentially overloading an engine and causing problems. I'm just trying to talk about the relationship with that. I'm not going into the cooling right now. That's why all these examples here. This one is more liquid. This one is cooler. You can see right here that's at 94 degrees. This is at 110. This one is running cool and stabilized. This one is not. This one is producing 10.3 at 20. This one is producing 10.3 at 20. And the only difference is this one's adding more water. This one is bullshit. This one has the is just pushing gas in there. Again, this one is already overheated. People say, oh my God, this is the other problem is, it's a complicated thing, and having a quick answer isn't, like, complicated problems require complicated solutions generally. And so, yeah, this one looks like it has great liters per second. Oh my God, we're 1,800 liters per second. So when somebody tells you that, if you need to be able to cool, you need to increase your liters per second. Yeah, of water, not of air. This is pushing air into the system. That is not helping us at all. This one is already overheated. This one will not overheat because it's pushing water in there. All right, so this one, you notice this one's overheated. It took us 655 seconds, okay? Let's flip it. All right, now we have a 5-2 gear ratio here. We're now making 12.9 S-watts. All right, we got to let it cool down a little bit. But notice the RPS. The RPS is now at, I got to wait for this to cool down. I might shut this off, let this cool down for a little bit. So we'll see if this one will overheat. It may. But again, there's a graph. And if you look at the graph, there's going to be a limit where at a certain set load, let's say the load is 10, you're only going to be able to go to a certain RPS on that engine, period. At 10 load, you can only go to X RPS. Okay. As you increase the load to, say, 30, the maximal RPS is going to go down. So now maybe if it's 10 load at 10 RPS, it might be able to be 20 load, but only at 5 RPS. Okay, and so you can up the gearing, but you have to decrease the RPS. And so then you have to do the math there. So let's say it's a 2-to-1, right? If you have a 2-to-1 gear ratio, right, at 10 RPS, it's going to move you at 20. All right. If you now go down to 5, right, in order to get the same 20, right, you would need to go, what did I say? 2-to-1, yeah. You'd have to have a 4-to-1. So you'd have to have a 4-to-1 gear ratio to make the same power at 5. And you would be quadrupling your load. So if that load number is too high, you might never get there. And so what that would tell me is you need a bigger engine. So I hope that makes sense. I'd have to graph them all out to show you. All right, let me quickly check the chat here. Yeah, go up in the north. There's a reason why I test in the desert. Desert is worst case scenario. You know, if you go test in the Arctic, you quickly go south and realize, oh shit, nothing works because you're now at 29 degrees C. Yes, it does. It reduces ambient temperature. You know, because, for example, right now, I believe it's 29 C in the Arctic. And so you're already at 29 C. I can tell if I had an engine shut down for a long enough time. Yeah, this one's not shut down long enough. I'll restart the test in a second, and you'll see what the temperature is down here. You're decreasing the temperature that's being added to it, essentially. Because you're adding the temperature the engine's making onto the ambient temperature. You decrease the ambient temperature, you decrease the engine temperature. Thank you there, Danger Train. Glad to see you. All right, so now we're down to 58 degrees. Let's start this engine back up. All right, so because I increased the gear ratio, right, we're up to a 5.2. Before we were doing 10.3 S-watts. All right, now we're making it looks like it will eventually stabilize probably between 13 and 14. So we're making an extra 30%, somewhere in that neighborhood, power. All right, we're at a lower RPS. This is where efficiency comes into play. The engine is burning less fuel at 18 RPS than it was at 20 RPS. We're making more power. Yay, efficiency. Now we have to watch. The load went up. By increasing the gear ratio, the load has gone up. As long as the load has gone up and the RPS does not exceed the critical RPS number, we will not overheat. If it does, we are going to overheat. Okay. So we'll watch the temperature. I can't remember if this one will overheat at 5.2. I know it will not overheat at 3.1. That's why they're at 5.2, is I need to test 5.2. But if I put this particular engine right here on a 3-to-1 gear ratio, I will not overheat. I know that. I've already done that test. And the reason why I went to 2.1s was I want to purposefully overheat some of these examples, because if none of them overheat, it tells people, oh, you can do any of this. Yes, to a certain extent. You know, so I made them 2-1 gear ratio to show people that, yeah, you can... Again, it's two graphs. If they intersect, you're going to overheat. If they don't intersect, you're not going to overheat. You know, like, I'll see if I can draw it up real quick. I'm not going to, like, make it a real complicated graph, but... I got to wait for that to heat up anyway, so might as well do it. But it's like, this is why people get frustrated. They don't understand the basics of some of these things, and I get it. It can be a challenging topic, but again, you got to kind of understand some of this stuff if you want to do all right with it. All right, so here's your XY coordinates, all right? So up here, we're going to put RPS. Load. All right. So, you know, you're talking RPS and load, so as the RPS goes up and the load increases, you're going to get some sort of line here. Let's say it was linear. Let's say that's the line. I should have done this first. Let's say that is the line right there. Okay. So as you increase the load, you are essentially decreasing your RPS. I did it backwards. It's got to go like this. Okay. So as you increase your load, you're decreasing the RPS. Anything above this number here is fire zone, right? You're going to light on fire. So anything over here is on fire. Anything in here is cool as a cucumber, okay? And so understanding that, then you want to plot your own line. So let's see. So let's say you have an RPS of, let's get rid of that fucking bullshit there. All right, so here's your line. Oh, Jesus, don't do that. All right, so if you have a very little load, let's say you're moving something tiny, like, let's say it's a negative. Let's say you point the arrow toward the generator, and you have a small generator, and it's a 3-to-1 pointing toward the generator. That's going to be, if your RPS, let's say your RPS is, for argument's sake, 30. Let's do a layer here. All right, let's say your RPS is 30, okay? Because the load is so small, because you're moving a small generator at a 3-1, the load is so low that you can run your engine at 33 and not overheat. All right, now if you try to keep it at 30, if you try to keep it at 30, as you increase the load, eventually you're going to go into the overheat territory. All right, by increasing load, we're increasing the gear ratio to get more power. So what we need to do is we need to decrease the RPS. Now, naturally, that will happen because you're putting more resistance on the engine sometimes. So if you don't overload your engine enough, what's going to happen is that it's going to stay above. That's not really helpful to have that. Let's go. We'll do a red circle. Let's go back. All right, so let's say this is your where you're at. So if you keep the same RPS and you increase the load, you're going to overheat. Now, eventually, as you increase the load, it's going to start dragging this RPS value down because you're overloading your engine. And eventually, it's going to drag you into the zone here where it's going to cool. All right? And as it cools, as it drags the RPS down, you eventually go below the line and you find out, bingo, we're going to survive there. All right? So I hope that makes sense. So it's not as easy as somebody on Stormworks official or especially on Reddit saying like, oh, just decrease your RPS. Well, sometimes decreasing your RPS will do it. Sometimes it won't. Sometimes increasing your load to decrease your RPS will work. Sometimes it won't. Like, for example, if I wanted this to stop overheating at the same load. Now, remember, we did overheat on a 5.2. Yep, we overheated on a... did we overheat? We did. We're still at 109. Oh, that won't change. Okay. Actually, this is a perfect example. We have not overheated yet. I think a 5.2 is just going to keep us there. This will be all right. All right. So let's use this as our example. This is actually perfect here. When this was on a 2-to-1 gear ratio and we were making 10.3 S-watts. All right. Okay, it just hit. I know, for example, that a 3-to-1 will not overheat. All right. I know, for example, that a 3-to-1 will not overheat. Let's do this. All right, so this one will not overheat with a 3-to-1. Let's go ahead and we'll start this one up. You know, it will not overheat, so we're not going to sit here and watch it for 100 years, but I'll quickly go over like what it would do. All right, so for example, when this was at a 2-to-1 pointing to the engine, we made 10.3 S-watts. This was at 20 RPS, and that was high enough that it caused it to overheat. Let me make sure there's a 3-to-1. Did I change it? I can't even fucking remember anymore. I did. Not. That's why I look funky. All right. All right. So when this was at a 2-to-1, that means for every one rotation of the engine, the generator was moving twice, and it was at 20 S-watts. So that meant that the engine was turning at 20, the generator was turning at 40. That was too much load for the RPS. Okay, so by increasing this gearbox now to a 3-to-1, right, let's look at what happened. We increased the gearbox to a 3-to-1. It put extra resistance on the engine. That caused the engine to slow down. So instead of the engine turning at 20, it's now turning at 14. All right, because it's turning at 14, we've decreased the RPS. Now, this one, I believe, will not overheat. Look at the temperature. Look at the S-watts. When this was at a 2-to-1, we were only producing 10.3 S-watts. We also overheated in 655 seconds. Because the RPS was at 20. We actually made more power with a 5-to-2. With a 5-to-2, we were making about 13.5, okay? And we overheated, I didn't get an accurate time on it, but we overheated. Now we're at a 3-to-1. If I do remember correctly, this one will not overheat. So the reason this will not overheat is we've decreased the RPS by increasing the load, and now the critical RPS is below where it needs to be. So we'll let this run. I don't think this will overheat, but again, I'm doing that from memory. So if we look back at our graph. All right, looking at the graph again. Let's try to plot these points. Let's see. I'm trying to get them even, so let's see. That's not going to do it. Let me measure them. Let's do every tick. We'll do an ARP 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay. I'm not even going to bother. I'm not going to bother doing accurately because I then have to curve the line perfectly and everything else. But what's going to happen essentially is when we were at 20 RPS, right, we had too much load. And that caused us to eventually overheat. When we increase the load even more, right, we increase the load even more, but we decrease the RPS. We're still in the overheat territory. Now we increase the load even more, but it put too much stress on the engine. And because it put too much stress in the engine, it decreased the RPS enough that right now we're sitting right here. And because of that, we're not going to overheat. And so if we plot the points, let's plot them real quick. So let's say that this is, I'll just draw them out. This was 20 RPS. All right, and then the load here was a, that was a 2-to-1. That put us in the red territory for an overheat. All right, next one we did was we did a 5-2. All right, that was at, what were we at? We were at 18. 18. That put us in an overheat. Right, now look, we only went down 2. Now, the next one we did, right, we went down to 14. It knocked us down to a 14, okay? And then we went up to a 3-1. All right, so we plot the points, and now this one is sub the overheat. So it's right there. So that's the relationship of what's going on is by loading up the engine, you're also greatly restricting the RPS of the engine, and then you're able to get high efficiencies there. We made, now if you did another chart of S-watts, you'd notice that the S-watts, let me see if I can do a green line for S-watts. So S-watts was, it would look something like, I gotta plot all the points like this, I would say. Okay, so 0.1 on this is going to be like that. Oh, shit. Come on. So this is the S-watts curve, right? Right about there. This is the S-watts curve on there. So where this is, this made, when we were at 20, we were only making 10.3 S-watts. When we went up to this, we were actually making 13.5. Then, as we decreased this, we went down to an S-watts of, what was it? It was higher. It was 12 and change. So we made a little bit less S-watts, but now we're not overheating. So it's like when people think some of these things don't make sense, they do. Now, the problem is the graph is probably going to look somewhat like that, I would say. And so what's going to happen is as we keep increasing this, so like you say, oh, let's just go to a 9-to-1. That will make more sense, right? No, 9-to-1's not going to have the same effect. If we go up to a 9-to-1, which would be way over here, right? All right, we go to a 9-to-1, right? It's gonna cause us to put our RPS in the basement. We're gonna be in the basement for our RPS. We're not gonna overheat because we're gonna be way in the basement. Now look at the S-watts. We're gonna be making barely any S-watts. We're gonna never overheat, but we're not getting any efficiency out of our engine. Let me quickly check chat, and then we'll do that test real quick. I'm not sure if it does or not. I think the accessories off the belt drive are very, 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 very minimal. You know, so they're very minimal. The belt, so like for example, this one has the the alternator alone is enough to power this little electric motor, which is barely turning. Yeah. So like, okay, let's look at the relationship here. So this has been running for a while. We're still not at 600 something seconds, but we gotta wait 10 minutes to do that. But like, look at the numbers again. We're at 14 RPS. We've increased the load, but we've decreased the RPS. As long as it's below in the graph, we're not going to overheat, and we're making more power than the first stage. This is what a lot of people don't understand with, like, we started talking about this because of propellers and stuff. The same stuff is going off. If this was a propeller, right, we would be turning our propeller slower. We'd be turning our propeller slower than a 5.2, but we would be turning it faster than if we had it at a 2.1. And we would be going slower than we would be at a 5.2, but we would be much, much more efficient because we're burning a lot less fuel, right? We're at 14, not 18. We're burning less fuel, we're making less heat. We're not gonna overheat. So that's how propeller, I'm not even going to go into propeller pitch, but I've gone into it before. That's essentially, propeller pitch is another way to increase load. There's multiple ways to increase load. One is to add more blades. Two is to increase the propeller pitch. Now, some people will go, oh, it doesn't make any sense. I increased the propeller pitch and I went slower. Yeah, your engine is not powerful enough. By increasing the blade pitch, you've increased the load. And because you've increased the load, you've put more resistance on your engine, and your engine was too weak, and it slowed your engine down. So the question I would have, and the question I'd ask is, well, what's your RPS now? Oh, it's only 5. Yeah, of course. You do 5 times 3 is 15 RPS. If it was 20 times 2, you're at 40. Right? So the propeller was moving faster at a lower blade pitch. Likely you will overheat them. Yeah, they're not perfectly accurate, but they're pretty damn good. And a lot of people are just like, the physics sucks. It's like, no, it doesn't. It's like you just either A, misunderstand it, or you misunderstand the fact that it has to be a game and it has to be approachable, and there are certain things that you can't code for or you don't want to code for because it causes problems and it makes it unreachable for some of the player base, you know. I think this one doesn't overheat at 3-to-1. I'm not 100% sure. I think it doesn't. Let's look, 14. We should be getting somewhere in the neighborhood of 40. Yep, 42. So, like, these are the type of test benches which I would tell people, like, start out with some of these test benches because this is how you're going to learn some of these mechanics if you don't know them already. You know, I know a lot of the stuff already. That's one of the reasons it helps. Well, that's the thing. I know there's a comment from quite a while ago from CXD Reaper, but I didn't see it. But you know, you got to just keep playing and practicing. Like, none of us got to building well on day one. You know, Like, you could be the most artistic person in the world, and you've got to convert it to the game and the parts you have in the game, you know, and it's all, you have your own style, too. It's like, don't be afraid to make something that looks ugly. Everybody's builds are going to be ugly to start with. And then ugly is subjective, too. Like, you know, there are some XML builds that everybody goes goo goo gaga over that has all these XML cars that I think look ugly, is what my estimation is, because they have shimmer and they have weird shadows, and I'm not interested in that. And you have other builds that I think look good that other people think are terrible, and they'll put a box icon or brick. And it's like, yeah, I want it to look like it's in Stormworks too. So it's all based on personal preference and taste, you know. At the end of the day, you know, there are a lot of jerks out there. They're going to be shitty anyways. It's just like, you know, I don't ignore them as much as I should, but that is the best strategy. All right, so we're coming up on 655 seconds. All right, 655 is where it overheated last time. All right. So likely we're going to go past 655 because we've increased the load, but we have hopefully decreased the RPS below on that graph. So I hope that graph makes sense. It's pretty logical. Is eventually, you know, you got to get it below where it's going to overheat. All right. So you notice we're past 655, and we're now still going. We're only at 94 degrees. All right. So this one should not overheat in this example. All right, let's change. I changed one of them. You know, I'm not even going to save it, so that works. But yeah, that's this is going over a bunch of different topics. I can use this test bench for a bunch of different topics. That's why I'm doing it. I'm not going to get into propellers at the moment. Still sitting out there. It is. Okay. So I like the new length better. This looks good. I like that length. I like the performance. The performance works really well in this. Let's work on... Let's actually do this. What time is it? 3. I'll go for a very short period of time. More, maybe half an hour. I got some IRL stuff I want to do. Okay. All right, so let's get this front support system going here. Make a micro for that. Check something real quick. Something got screwed up in here I had to fix. I'm trying to remember what the hell it was. Oh, I know what I want to do. Okay, I want to... God damn it, I can't. Let me see. I might flip this around here. I'm going to flip this around, I think. Yeah. Nope. No symmetry, thanks. Alright, so I'm going to flip this around. So this here will go like that. Okay, and then this one here, I want to bring this up anyway, so I should be able to. Ideally, in a real-life situation, you'd want these to go down more so that if you were on a hill, you could have them level, but we're not really doing that in game. We don't have to worry about that too much. and it causes me like problems that I shouldn't have to deal with. That was the hard points were a great addition to the game. They were really fan freaking tastic. Like one thing I would like to see them add is like the hardpoint receptacle. I understand why it's so big because it has release and launch because it's made for missiles. So that's what it was in. That's what it was put in for when they did the War Bullshit update, DLC, and let me see. That's why they did it, and so it's understandable because they had to have a composite and then 2 booleans. The issue becomes that we often use it for other things, and so it might seem like people are like, oh, it's stupid. It's 3. Well, it's 1 by 3. It's 1 by 3 because it has to have a composite and booleans. If it didn't need those things, it wouldn't need it, and the reason it needs it is because it's for the War Bullshit update. Okay. Let me just check it manually here, and then I'm gonna and yeah, trying to see the height on these. You know, so like this has the fuel going through it too, which it needs that because of the missiles. Well, like if they put in some components that weren't for, you know, like for example, if they did let us have the same hardpoint parts, but then made this hardpoint receptacle also a what is it? It's a 1 by 3 now. If they made it a 1 by 1, they should be able to accomplish that because we just need a release node. And so we'd have 1 by 1, 1 by 1s. That would make it more utilitarian for things other than weapons. You know, kind of a lot of people need the weapon stuff, so it would have to be something in addition, like a new part. That would really help with some of these builds. What's that? Because you don't need all the nodes. The way this system works is you need all those nodes. Now, if they completely rewrote the system, which, you know, people's hair would go on fire if they did that, you would do it as composite for everything. So it would need 1 node. You'd be able to read all the composite information. You do the Boolean on composite, but again, a lot of people their hair would go on fire with that. You know, I think they should move more to a composite system, personally. I think that would be a much better system because it would allow them to really shrink things down. But for a lot of people, composites is like an absolute mystery, which, again, I think the answer to that is learn how to use them. But you know, the devs have to think of things that we don't like. You know, we need to stay in business, so we can't alienate a bunch of people because they don't know something. You know, it's easy for me to say, well, just learn it. You know, it's hard for the developer to come up with a balance where they're like, okay, we're not going to alienate enough people that this is a smart decision. You know, and that's something that some people don't realize when they just like think the devs are stupid. They should have done it this way. It's like, no, dude, they got to consider like making things too hard for the average person. You know, we don't. We can just do whatever we want. You know. So now that will allow, for example, let's say that we have a hole on the left side or we're on an angle. This will allow us to level ourselves out. So now this will allow us to level ourselves out. Now this is actually worse for balance. Actually, it's not too bad. So like, say for example, we had a hole in the ground here. We could go an extra block down. Yeah, one thing I could do is add that if I wanted. All right, good. So let's work on this micro. I like this better. So what I was going to do is I was going to hook this all in and do a one support button. I don't think I'm going to do that. What I'm going to do here is we'll make 4 unlock arm. Okay, do that. And then what we'll do is we'll make independent supports. I think it's better to... There's kind of a balancing act in the game. And there's like an actual operator IRL wants the ability to change things based on the conditions. And so, for example, if you're an operator and you're trying to actually, hey, how's it going there, Sergeant? And you're actually trying to, like, say you're trying to actually recover a vehicle, right? You may be on a slope, and so you need your port support to be lower than your starboard support. Now that adds extra complexity. A lot of people in the game like to be able to press one button and it just does it for them. I get that, but then it makes it so that you have to have the system automatically account for every condition, and that's not going to happen. So I tend to like a more of a manual system because, you know, it gives you the impetus to have certain conditions are going to be different. It gives you more dynamic control. Okay, we're going to need 2 panels, or yeah, 2 panels at least. So up, down, and support lock, essentially. Okay. All right, so this is going to be... Support. Support out. In. So this is going to give me more control, which will be better in certain circumstances. All right, let's do. All right, let's get this written up here. Okay. So by independently being able to control these, we'll better be able to deal with any sort of ground deformation or any slopes. Like if we want to park on a hill, we should be able to level our truck out within a block and be able to better operate. So. Let's see, in, out, up, down. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 on each. Do it. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Actually, I'll type them in as we do it. All right. All right, so that is going to be I do not X Z. Here's my releases on that. Word hardpoint right there. Right, that is pretty good there. Okay, good. Let's see. Import magall right there. Okay. Not good. Let's fix the numbers here. No. No. This is wrong. All right, let's see. Yeah, that'll do it. All right, let's make the panel. Jesus Christ, standard vertical. Nope, I had it right the first time. Now let's make a panel for it. Let's see. Check chat in a second, guys. Let's see, what are we talking here? 5. Yep. All right, let's look real quick at the old chat here. Yeah, I can imagine. The more wheels, like I've got, what's this got on it? It's only driving 8 wheels. A 5x5 3-cylinder. What? That's, yeah, I've never, I don't think, I don't have anything with a 5x5 in it. Yeah, you know, if they had a black box that just like you could enter in the gearbox, I understand that, but I like making my own gearboxes, but I certainly understand why some people might like that. You know. Yeah, go ahead and let me find the tutorial. I've got a tutorial out for it, for the dualies. Eventually it will come up. Where's my, why can't I post, where's my, there it is. There's my dually tutorial for dualies. Danger. Alright, there we go. Alright, let's see, let's hook this up. Starboard, alright. That's everything. Okay. How do I click it? Because it's additive. Okay, that's why. So like the whole point of like doing this manually, again, like I could push one button and it just does it. But I don't like that because it's like, let's say this one I have a wall right here. Like these things happen in real life. Okay, I got a wall on this side. The other thing too is like magalls. I really don't need the long lever arm on that. Well, let's go That's backwards, of course it is. So let's say I have a hole on this side, right? I'm going to probably need a lock on this. All right, and then let's say I want my other side, so we'll push that one out. I think it's backwards probably on the other side too. I can't see. So like, let's say we had a hill. I theoretically could attach it like this. I can't see what's going on over there. These are backwards, so that screws me up, I think. Let me fix this. Yeah, those are backwards. So like if I had a wall in the way, I wouldn't want them to go out as far. Let me check all these connections. I think the connections are some of them are fucked up. There we go. Starboard support's not out. I grabbed the wrong ones for this. This is why this was having problems. All right. Okay. All right. So like, let's say that on the port side here we had a wall, right? So all we would do is we push this out a little bit. We'd drop it down. All right, there we go. That locks into place. Okay, let's say the starboard side. Let's say we're going to lift to the starboard side. So definitely, if we're going to lift from the starboard side, we want that support all the way out. All right, and then we'll go ahead and we'll drop it down. All right, and so it might look like this, where you have a shortened left port side and a longer starboard side. This one here, as you can see, it's not going down as much. Let's say we had a hole on this side. We might want to... Why is it not pushing down again? I pushed the wrong ones. Why? All right, so let's say we have a hole on this side, right? So, or we're on a slope. We would have this one longer than this one because we're on a slope. So now we're actually even, you know. So little things like that makes it why you might want to have it more configurable. All right, so likely one thing that happens too is if this isn't tuned up to speed-wise, it might not be enough. Let's go 0.25 on these. Sometimes speeding these up will help make them a little bit stronger. Let's see. Could just make the increment huge and not have to, and just keep changing the bottom ones, but or not even have the clamp, but I tend to like to have it. All right, so now that's probably pretty damn strong. I don't know why the port side's being a little iffy here. But if I had a hole on this side or was on a slope, let's put this on a slope. You can kind of see how that would be more stable. Now let's do this one. I guess just take it for a drive. This type of stuff happens IRL where you end up on a slope and you need to be able to be stable too. There's one up here, right here at the train tracks. Not too hard. Don't go too hard there. Come on. I think this side has more of a slope than the other side. Yeah, this side definitely. So like, you wouldn't want to really be lifting at an angle. Because you're already, especially like if we're lifting from the right side, we're already angled the wrong way. So you would come in here. Let's put this on real quick. Just so we stop sliding. Alright, then you'd want to push out my starboard side. Not getting enough power to get that to really push up on me. But it's attached. And then on this side, we wouldn't want it to go down as much. That's why I want this manual so that I can control it. So you just go... You know, I can't get this side to push up, which it should. I should be able to get to the next level, and it won't let me do it for some reason. It's not being strong enough. I could definitely double up. No, I can't go double on it. I could go double right there. And then so like you'd wanna level this off so I'd be able to level it out. Just kind of a different paradigm than a lot of like people in the game will do, just because it's you know, they just kind of want a lot of things automated, which I get, but not a huge fan of over automation myself. Yeah, I'm gonna put them on the individual sides. I'm gonna split them probably, just so I can see them. Let's see. Starboard might not like it because I'm not standing over there. I don't know. Did I flip the starboard side? Let me make sure I'm not doing it backwards. Nope. Doesn't like me not being on that side. Being weak as shit. It really is. Put doors on it for now. Play with this more later. Come on, stop flicking the camera around. They get obnoxious after a while. Alright. I think I want to put a door button on there or not. Of course. Nothing's easy. Did auto doors in the other one. I kind of want auto doors, but I'm trying to like see where I could put sensors if I was going to do it. Problem is the pipe is in the way. Mm-hmm. Don't think. That's the problem. Is a friggin' well, it's gonna be a mess. Try that. .25. That won't work there. Let's see. Yeah. Doubt this is gonna work right. Shit. Come on, give it to me. Bad sign. The fuck? How are you not doing that? One or three. Why? Doubt it's that. Well, let's check it. Alright, what the fuck? Let's see. How did that get disconnected? Did anyone see me disconnect the port linear track? Oh, I moved them. Okay, I moved a bunch of shit. That's probably why. It's probably... That's why. Okay. I moved that. I didn't disconnect those. Doesn't make any sense. Magall's not working. I don't believe it's... I got the fucking starboard one going. Okay. Let me fix all these, make sure they're good. The door is working, so... A bunch of shit got screwed up, so I gotta fix it all. Starboard support out. Starboard support in. Port support out and in. Starboard Magall. Port Magall. I don't know where that went. Right there. Port Magall. Should be 6. Gotta check these, make sure these didn't get farted up. That's 11 and 12, so those should work. Nope, that should be 12. Okay. Make sure this door works here. Alright, good. Door works well. On what fucking planet? Let me check it, see why that's not working, and what happened there. Oh, I deleted that, that's why, okay. Starting to get tired, so I'm starting to miss what I'm not doing here. Port Magall here is 6, still 6, still 6 has still been 6. Why is 6 not kicking the Magall off? Starboard Magall, that's why. It should be Port Magall is 6. Nope, Port Magall is 5. That's why I misnumbered it. All right. Again, usually it's something I did. 5. The door works well now. I'll change the Magall. Try to, I think, do it so that auto Magalls. Right, I'm gonna auto Magall this. So I'd like to get rid of it. Let's do. So now what we'll do is so for Magall, where are we at here? Port Magall right here. Let's auto Magall this. So because we now have the distance on here, split these up. So I can use this distance sensor for this. Where did port mag all go? I just covered up. Where the hell is it? Okay. So if the door is on, Magall is activated. Let's do that. Come on, man, drag it. Give it. Thanks. That will get rid of a couple nodes on the panel too, so I only need 2 panels. That would be nice. Let's go 2 on that. Alright, so now the Magall is on. I gotta put another condition in there to shut it off when I go up. So it won't shut it off now, so I gotta do that, but put that condition in, that'll work. Why is that door being funky? I don't know, I gotta look at that one. Why the fuck is this one still weak? Be weak. Oh, is the measurement different? Yeah, it should be a 2 gap. 2 gap there, 2 gap there. Yeah, I don't know what these distance sensors should be the same. I don't know what's up. Oh, let's see. That is starboard distance sensor. That's fine. Okay, what do we need here? Starboard hard point. Starboard Magall. Okay. And then starboard linear track. Okay. Composites still all connected. I think they should be, yeah. Missing anything? Oh, I know why the starboard wasn't going, because the mag all shut itself off because the door closed. Oh, what the fuck is wrong with the door? These are backwards here. Nope, those are fine. It's the up-downs that are backwards. Okay, let's run this. And then for mag all condition, I want to add should be able to shut it. I can't see from here, but if I that will shut it off. That's fully out, right? Yep, that's fully out. Okay. Okay, we don't have a mag all on. Motherfucker. Why? Starboard mag all. Let's see what the hell. Why? Come on, man. Why? Find the distance sensor here if I can get in there and see. Alright, let me check some chat here and then I gotta fix the problem. See you later there, Echo. It's more that's this. I've been doing it for a while here. I'm getting tired. Just want to get it wrapped up, so like I don't like to, unless it's really a problem, I don't like to leave it half done. So. Why is the mag all not working? I don't get this. Let me look again. Something with the door, I think, causing the problem. All right, so there's starboard mag all, so we got 10, which should be up. Let's double check that. 10, make sure that's correct. 7. What the fuck? All right. Flipped is part of the problem. Damn, it wasn't flipped. Is it rolled? This might be rolled here. Screw that off. Take this. Getting annoyed. Do this. I'm gonna... Seven. Okay. See, what is this door doing? That's the problem there, is the door. Door is causing problems. So if I'm pressing 7 or 9, or the distance sensor, let's check that. All right. Seven or 9, or the distance sensor greater. So if I'm holding 7 or 9, that frickin' door should be open. This didn't get hooked up, that's why. It didn't get hooked up, that's why. Alright. That will do it. Alright. Again, it's usually something you do. Something I did. There you go, alright. That's gonna fuck up a bunch of stuff because that will screw the mag all off. Now the door stays, mag all's on. Still, why is this one weak? See how this one's weak? This one won't lift up the truck. The other one will. Did I screw something up on there? This one's acting weak. The other one's fine. Could be the... Maybe I didn't fix the limit. 1.25, 0.25, they're all there. I don't understand why that one's weak and the other one's... Like, the other one lifts the truck up off the ground, this one doesn't. Like, if this rate was different, 0.25, 0.25 there. Yeah, it's all the same. I don't get it. Yeah, I don't know why that starboard door is weaker than the port door. the support. Like this one here, if I push it out, let's leave it. Let's make sure it's not because it's already tilted and it's adding extra force on it. Yeah, see, like this one doesn't want to push it up anymore. Get close enough to read it. See, I need to hold the button, dude, and do it. I can't page up at the same time to see why it's not behaving itself. But yeah, the left side, I can lift it. I can't lift the right side. See? Like, no problem. The other side just is weak as shit. I don't get it. It's the same thing. See, like, I can't get it to go up at all. Anyways, whatever. I'll figure it out tomorrow. But I like the doors. Doors are auto now. That works well. I wish the mag all wasn't sticking out the bottom like it is, but it is. Alright, let's go ahead and finish this up. Alright, good. So good progress on that. Got the bus lifted off the ground. It tows well. We can tow trailers. T-Test 2 needs to go in there, and then a bunch of storage and decorations, stuff like that. But coming along well. So, alright guys, thanks for watching. I will see you guys in the next one.